Good morning, everybody. All right. Peter, Dutch Maverick, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Whoa, I almost blew up everyone's eardrums. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added after the stream. I saw your pickles fix. I hope you're okay. Yeah, I'm fine. I had to take someone else to the emergency room. I'm a Max from Canada. This should be an interesting day. Let's see. Yes, testing and initially rejected off of the 4490. Probably still has another test in it here on the 15-minute. It's been pretty bullish all morning. A shitload of call interest came in pretty early today. Any position on PDD? No? Fuck is that? Why? It looks like it's already overpriced. Might be a good short. Maybe, although maybe not yet. This looks like some shorts are getting blown the fuck up right now. Consumer inflation expectations at 10. Pre-market looks like VIX is going to open at like 14 roughly. And we're just about to tap 4490, which is kind of the peak of our gamma for today. Although 95 and 4500 are starting to pick up. A little bit of in the money call sell off already at market open. So we'll see what kind of effect that has. We may get a little bit of a sell off here before we move higher into the end of the day. We'll see how much momentum pulls back, but look to the 4490 or 95 test for that maybe. Should I close the straddle leg? Long straddle leg. How does the options rule affect previous resistance support lines on ES? It doesn't? Just be the same, except slightly higher. Also, the options haven't rolled over yet. So it's not really something you have to worry about right now. It's kind of funny when you discuss economic policy on the hot tub stream. It sounds like European left policy. Huh. How does the options rule affect previous resistance support lines on ES? Okay, yeah, I already covered that. PDD is Temu, Chinese shopping app, good short. Maybe. Let me know if NSC dips below 195. I'm driving and I have calls. I'm absolutely not going to do that. Just set an alert. I know Bob has a Chinese stack, but did any of the major indices move it much? I might enter October puts soon. Not particularly. There's like a little bit of a like base effect from like QQQ. Um, just because it shares some similar ETFs across tech, but like SPX and like NQ don't really have a huge effect on it. Is it too late to buy calls? I'd wait for a pullback. Are GME's tips touching yet? No. I posted the chart this morning. They're still kind of far apart from each other. Although it looks like the index move is putting a little bit of pressure on the pre-market liquidity. But that kind of dried up really quick. How's Tesla look today? Like it got ridiculous analyst upgrades first thing in the morning, and that ultimately no one cares because it's still a worthless bag of shit. It does seem though that some analysts, specifically Morgan Stanley, have decided that Tesla should move from a price target of 250 to 400 due to their $300 million investment in Nvidia chips. Is it too late to apologize? No. 44.8250 or 44.90. If it moved up, it's 44.90. I don't know if it moved. I haven't looked at it since this morning. I'd imagine if there's a lot of call buying that it would have moved down, not up. Looks like it's now at 44.7750. Red candle AMD? Well, that's not gonna have very far-reaching effects. HE tips touching? Nowhere fucking near each other right now. Meta is pumping like an impetulant toddler. Oh, yeah. Meta's up a lot today. Tesla's up 5%, Meta up 2. Apple up 65 BPS. Yeah, just big tech pumps again. Oof, fuck. Apple getting murdered in the early morning. Interesting. Fuck, that really makes me want to go short. And Nvidia getting slaughtered. Is anything doing well? I guess Tesla fucking found some support at 260. Although even the support it found there was like the lower support. That's pretty weak too. This pump may not last a lot longer. I'm not gonna apologize to you, Popcorn. For what? Why would VIX not be moving down as much as we've seen previously with this type of pump? not as much shorting. I'd imagine on this pump, their goal is to de-risk as much Vega near the money as possible. And so adding to their vol shorts wouldn't be very beneficial, right? MS has lost their minds. Their analysts have been pretty good throughout the year, too. Have they? 183 is still a good entry point for Apple puts. If it tests 183, although given this morning's price action, it may not, right? Like this doesn't add a lot of confidence. Well, at least I don't have to worry about getting out of my 175 puts yet, which is kind of cool. Hmm. How much is this gonna fucking pull back? Oh Jesus. Open call interest in the money is kind of collapsing. If we lose 44.75 here, it's pretty bearish. That's not good. We got a moderately hard rejection off of futures, the futures 44.90 test. It seems to have a decent amount of volume. You know what you did? All right. Next upside resistance is 4,500. No levels created by Greeks. Nah, I mean, no. Hitting the Trulies this morning. I don't know what that is, but sure. SPX gap filling? It might. Fuck, man, that looks bearish as all hell. Mm. Curious. Gap up, fail. What's HE doing today? HE's kind of inching up a little bit more. Jimmy's still being a piece of shit. Airbnb's fucked. I should just close those. So 80, 85 interest is picking back up. 75 interest still profit taking. That delta. Interesting. So we're kind of looking to see if this continues down and fails 44.76. That puts the open, like the Vega risk at 44. That'll put the Vega risk at 44.75 back in the money. It looks like it's slipping, and in the money calls are still taking profits, which is moderately bearish. I'm not seeing a lot of puts going. I mean, the put volume is not bad. It's not crazy. Some decent number of them at like, oh, 90, 85, 80, 75. Looks like the majority at like near the money right now are at 70. And then a little bit coming in out of the money, but it's still kind of too hard to tell how those are structured. Okay, yeah. Looks like 70 is kind of the target for this move right here. So we got a few more bucks to go. If we slip 70, it might get even more bearish than that. Fuck, man. They just can't get a leg up. That's insane. They spent so much money on 0 DTs this morning. I thought for sure they'd get it. Oh, shit. Hello. That's fun. Can it do that like 35 more times today? Yeah, de-risk your shorts. Let's go. We're talking about SPX, AJ. So I'm trying to get additional information out of me so you can sell your awful spreads. Are my 4 DT HE20Cs gonna prompt? That'd be cool as hell. I mean, I highly doubt it, but it'd be super cool. Yeah, that was a... Why did they cover so much so quickly right there? Is there news? Some kind of news gonna fuck them up, or... That was pretty sudden. Maybe it's just nothing. Maybe someone just bought like a bunch of fucking stock. Have you decided KView longer dated CSPs and CCs yet? I sold some CCs Friday when I bought shares. I bought some CSPs. Or Bob sold some CSPs. 21, I believe, for December. KView was kind of kicking ass in the pre-market this morning, although I haven't looked at it since. Yeah. Yeah. But I have CSPs at 21 out for December. This seemed like the best return on yield. Stock is on the bottom right. HE, Hawaiian Electric. 17 minutes. It took AJ 17 minutes to get yelled at. Is it a new high score? I don't know, but he started irritating me in the pre-market. Maybe it's not fair. What's going on with Nvidia? Why dead? Kind of a shit company. Schwab down for anyone else? Let me try to log in. I hope not. Where's my fucking phone? Nope. Filling the downside gap? Well, a little bit. I don't know how much it's going to persist, but it doesn't look great when the bulls rug each other. So it could just continue down more from here. If we break 70, there's kind of a good chance we move back to 50. And the futures 44.76 test is right now. It's a pretty hard rejection. Dixie's kind of clawing its way back up. Little by little, but Dixie's bounced a bit. The 2-year's still underwater. But the 30-year, the 30, the 20, and the 10 are all up. So I'm not sure why Dixie isn't pushing up higher. A little bit of contraction in the JPY spread. Oof. Correlation does not want to be pushed down today. Fucking commodities aren't doing anything. Ooh, Daki's back under 50. That's cool. I can close my covered calls. How did they kick so much ass on earnings and the price is down? Alright, so a little bit of support getting found here. I don't know if that's going to be enough support, though. Let me see. What do we got? Alright, so 75. If we get a bounce back above 80, so I should probably hedge the upside. Options, calls. 5, 3, 5, 90, 10, 80, 90. I don't want to get that too soon. Guess those are cash settle at $3 each. Nvidia 450 synthetic longs are getting wrecked. Yeah, falling below 450 is not good for Nvidia. Although they're probably fine so far. If this continues to slip, it's a big problem. A couple bucks isn't gonna blow it up, but give Nvidia Greeks? Yeah. Gamma neutral is at 450, 336. Delta neutral's at 391. So just about to slide under GN. Although Gamma's probably still positive on it. They're not having a great morning. How much are $13 fucking weeklies on this shit? Ooh, it's so cheap. What if they don't keep covering, though? Gas LD could fuck that up. Are they gonna close all the 44 or the 450 calls on Nvidia? Nvidia might bounce here. I'd be careful going short on it right now, despite the drop. Small bounce. Still kind of looks weak though. I see something. Gamma flip. So we're just below the gamma, like the fast gamma, which is now here. Hold on. I'll put the line in. 44, 47. Right there. So lose 70, probably slip much further. I think if we lose 70, we may retest. It's a bit of a stretch, but we may retest 44.50. Like, it definitely increases the chances of that. How's VIX doing? What the fuck is going on with this? Is it broken or something? There it goes. Just fucking doesn't print. Hmm. It's a bit risky. My 300Ps are up 65%. Nice. iPhone autocorrects Apple to Apple with a capital. Absolute hubris. This company. CBOE Options Exchange has extended global trading hours to the S&P Index, SCX options to nearly 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. Ooh, fun. Well, I guess the stream just never ends now. I'm just kidding. I'm not trading. I'm not trading during Globex on SPX. It's much better to trade futures at that point. They're probably going to be a liquid as fuck. Can you talk about Fubo and what's going on there? There's still some covering going on. I think I feel like I covered it in my daily. Next resistance is at 350, then 363, and then 390. Our call's so fucking overpriced. Any chance HE goes below 10 during SLD? I doubt it. SPY stabilizes above 447.80. We could see a return to the bullish upside. It doesn't look good, but what do I know? I'm also a degen. Okay. Thanks. You can only trade those in extended hours and IBKR, right? Yeah. Actually, Fidelity has like their own like little SPX trading window also. I don't know what fucking hours it is, but it's shittier, I know that. If we've been getting free exposure advertising by Spectrum. Yeah, that's probably not gonna matter though if Russell tanks here. It's fucking meme stocks don't like dropping indexes. After this morning's failed push, 4,500 seems like it's not on the menu anymore today. It may not be. Man, the SPX looks like the bottom is gonna drop out any moment. Well, they lost 75, which was really, really important. I think I brought it up to JFresh this morning. If they lose 75, they can lose the whole pump. So this is pretty pivotal. They need some put side capitulation to occur here probably. Puts may simply just not capitulate until they get in the money, and if the puts kind of hold on, yeah, they might be kind of fucked. A part of me that just really wants to buy a 70 put. How much are those? $6? That's kind of pricey. FUBO could also be up because of Spectrum's dispute. Yeah, I know about the Spectrum thing. TDA allows SPX options trading 8.15 to 9.15. Okay. That's... well, okay. Do we get the bear song if we drop hard? No. Not unless we drop below delta neutral. In which case, fucking A. Any idea why the pump and dump on oil... Really? I don't feel like it dumped very hard. Nor did it pump super hard either. This morning, I thought it like the peak was like up 30 BPS or something. Was I wrong? Hit 88. Oh, okay, it was a little more than that. No, not really. Looks like it's just selling off a bit. Oil's volatile. I mean, these kind of moves on oil are not unusual. It's also not unusual for them to recover. FUBO just got fucking obliterated. That was a 2 million volume. Someone took profits. Atomic, was that you? Data bought 44.85p on the high. Got stopped out for 100% gain on the first candle. I did a thing. Now I have to do that thing consistently. Yep. Also, well done. That was a good put buy. Put holder here, feeling good about not capitulating. I'll let you know if I change my mind, though. I'm gonna trade backwards this week. I just went long a few thousand AMC. Hopefully oversold. Ew. gross. Why would you? You know what? Never mind. That's disgusting, man. What just happened to Fubo? I don't know. 350 call holders just got Fregs dead. Nvidia put holder here. Feel pretty good about this criminal enterprise going to zero. I have no don't don't. I don't want to buy fucking more puts on it. Did you see the Tesla thing this morning, Randall? Analysts are throwing an extra $750 billion market cap on Tesla because they bought $300 million worth of Nvidia chips. He just called a bankrupt company oversold. I'm aware. It's the best ROI ever. I'm gonna full port into Nvidia H100s. It's the only thing that makes sense. Like the margin alone, right? Nvidia is going to be solely responsible for this market crash. It's part of a problem, but yeah, it could be. Tesla didn't make their own chips to replace the H100. They just bought like 300 million H100s, and they're gonna buy like another 700 or 300 billion, and they're gonna buy another 700 billion. You should buy H100, leverage on margin, and buy tons of puts. I'm trying to think of how many I could buy. When Fubo drops so fast, it skips your stop. Yeah, I got fucking murdered. Fubo's down like 10%. Sorry, that's fucking nuts. Although my $3 covered calls are looking quite nice. I do wish I'd sold more of them. Yeah. Is there news? I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't see any. After learning some hard lessons at Rev, I decided to buy only one call on HE. December 15, up $3. Cool, man. I was just about to sell a fuck ton of 350C and then boom. I got like I don't know, like 50 $3 calls sold. Not as many as I would have liked. Looks like GME is getting murdered. How much is the 75 call spread now? No, that's too wide. Why are these so fucking expensive? I hope we lose 44.70. That'd be really cool. That probably won't happen. Um, 44.50 put interest is increasing. Total chain net gamma. Yeah, quite a lot of puts down here. Farther dated. Although 70 is pretty fucking flat. So 70 is really heavily contested right now. Is this gonna fucking fill or what? I don't want to buy it for more than that. That's ridiculous already. Sell it to me for $1.90. Let's go $900. What's the total return on this piece of shit? $850? Probably not even worth buying the fucking calls. Yeah, it doesn't look super fucking bullish at all. Hmm. More delta. Oh yeah. 55 and 50 put interest is picking up a lot. All right. So it looks like it's gonna fall to the like a battle at 65. 65, 70, this range. This is really fucking contested on both sides. VIX is kind of grinding up. Like, I don't want to buy a 65 put. So fucking much money. How much is the vertical here? 10. 70, 60? That's kind of cool. No. Nvidia top finally in? Maybe. Did it lose did it lose 50 yet? Sorry. Finding support at 45. Yeah, it's not quite dead here, but it could keep sliding. Fubo recovering a bit off of its sell-off. That was pretty crazy. Wonder if that's an effective, like... Huh. Hey, Atomic, did Fubo's borrow rate just rocket? Hold on one second. I'm back. $4,500. Here we go. No, but maybe like 85 or 90. Some of the 85 calls took profits on this bounce already. Lychee recovering back to 13. Okay. Yeah. 13. Up 5% today. It's moving. There's definitely a little bit of covering going on it. Looks like they decided to start shorting VIX finally. Have you decided on December CSPs and CCs for KView yet? Yeah, I told you earlier. I sold CCs on it immediately at 25 for December 15th. I sold CSPs same date, $21. With commercial space so available, how do you see a stock like O doing in the near future? O's been shitting the bed pretty hard. I don't think a ton of their holdings are in commercial real estate though. They're a little more exposed, I think, residentially. I know their portfolio is pretty diverse, but their margins are getting crushed right now. So I mean, I don't think something like O is going to do very well for quite some time. Um, yeah, I used to own it. I sold mine a while ago, like last year. It could fall quite a bit, I think. I don't think there are dividends at any risk. So if you're DCAing it over like a long period of time, you're probably not in a bad position, but because you don't really care about the cost, right? You just want to pick up the yield. However, I don't expect them to start doing better anytime soon. The real estate markets and lending, like, so they can't really pick up a lot of lending capital because cost to borrow is so high. So I don't think they're gonna see a lot of expansion anytime soon. I know they have a cash float. I don't know how much it is right now. I'd have to look at that, or you could check that out. But I would say I wouldn't really be interested until rates start to pull back, which could be quite some time. Oh Jesus, this is just gonna tease me all day. Hold on, is this fucking bouncing or not? Yeah, I know, Dork. Is a KView buy right worth it if one does not have shares? To do a buy right, you'd have to have shares. No worries, Evan. If you were to enter Fubo, Upstart, and Jamie for the first time, would you at this point? I mean, it's risky, right? Because of the market conditions, this OPEX is kind of scary to try to play. But GME near the current prices doesn't seem very bad. Although if we get an SLD, it's very possible we return to like the previous low, sub $17. It's like 16.50, maybe 16. Fubo, I'm not really interested in buying more Fubo shares above $2.23. And then Upstarts, I'm probably also not interested in buying shares, but given that liquidity is getting kind of blown out again, it may have another little run. And if it does, I'd probably want to target like 30 to 35-ish. Yeah. Or maybe like $30 calls, 35-40 debit spreads, something like that. Is that calls taking profit at 44.80? Yeah, it looks like some of them did. There's still a decent amount of calls at 80 though. I don't think it's impossible that we slide up again, despite the rejection. Well, put wall at 44.95 is now flipped positive, so it's a little overcrowded there. But that's still upside resistance. Longer dated call interest at 90s picked up quite a lot today, although those may be sold. 80 and 85 are decent. They're still pretty strong, and the 0 DT 90 calls are definitely bought. To the downside, 70s contested. So we look kind of range bound between 70 and 95 for now, with not a ton of put interest at the 65 level. So we really need to lose 70 in order to slide down, and we'd have to break 90 to the upside to have a chance at the 4,500 strike. What I mean is buying shares now and immediately selling a CC. That's what a buy right is. You said, would a buy right be worth it if one doesn't have shares? But a buy right is the act of buying and then immediately writing a contract against them. So one generally wouldn't. I mean, I guess you could own shares in advance of entering a buy right, but that seems unlikely. I mean, it looks like the bulls are failing again. This is really similar to Friday's price action, right? I guess we'll see if they can turn it around at some point, but right now it kind of looks like shit. I don't really have anything nice to say about it. Like the breakout on ES is garbage, right? Immediately got rejected at the 44.85 test. And then we're failing back through like historical support at 76.25. So like the downside of this is quite bearish. If we break under 44.61, we'll probably test 50 again. Like a big fucking bear flag. But still just a bear flag. And we don't really, like, even though the price action kind of indicates long side accumulation, we don't really have any. Like, longs really aren't buying anything with theta. Like all the like long call positions are really have been and are really short dated. I already have a CSP, so you're just selling like a covered. Why not just like a covered strangle at that point? And that's what you're talking about. If you have a CSP and you're gonna do a buy right and sell a CC, that's just a covered strangle. Going from 2x on stream recording and catching up to live is quite jarring. Can you please try to speak 2 times at 2x? No. My generation of AI chip wasn't programmed to 2x soft goods. Why did you have a 1 pound dumbbell? Yeah, it turns out it was 5. I thought it was 1 pound. It was 5. I don't know why I have them. They're pink. Obviously getting swole. Yoga? But I don't do yoga at home. I go to hot yoga for that. I didn't find the pink duct tape. Although, admittedly, I didn't look for it a lot over the weekend. Tesla really fucked my puts today. Yeah, I can imagine. I do not envy your inevitable interaction with CPS. Why would I have an interaction with CPS? Is hot yoga worth it? Yes. Not for the exercise. You're just doing yoga in a hot room, but it's still worth it for other reasons. What, Jen? Lady centaurs. I always sit at the front of the class. I'm not a pervert. Although there are like, I haven't been in ages, but there used to be like 2 other guys that came, and they would just sit on the back corners, and then one of them got thrown out one day for taking photos. Good job, Gherk. Hot yoga's hard. Nope, it's just hot. Don't dox me, dude. Oh man, you made it weird. Yeah, because now we can stop talking about it. It's for my wife's Instagram. I swear. His name was Charlie. That's all I knew about him. In high school yoga, they made the dude sit in the front row. I thought that was just like what you do as a guy when you go to a yoga class. How on earth is he supposed to remember the routine without pictures? Fred got asked to leave hot yoga because someone ripped a loud trumpet solo and he could not stop laughing. People farting during hot yoga is pretty funny and very rude, especially if it's stinky. There's no ventilation. It's also shot up to the point where all the volume is traded since July. Can anything be inferred from that? It depends if call support comes in on Tesla to carry it in these levels. But yeah, I mean it can keep moving up. Frank got asked to leave hot yoga. Dutch oven yoga. Blackberries ripping? That's a bit of a memey one. But it's like the worst meme stock. It that and Nokia. Well, I tried the opposite one time, Jen, and I went to a cold yoga class. It wasn't advertised as a cold yoga class, but it was partially outdoors and it was winter. So it was like 43 degrees out. And I can say that despite the smell, hot yoga is preferable. What the fuck is that? Gross. I gotta clean up my desk. It's gonna throw off my quan all day. All right, that's better. Is Jimmy being shorted or just falling with the market? Would this a good for OPEX? It could maybe. So Tesla upgrade is AI? Yeah, of course. Nokia should just pivot into brick making company. They would get so many government contracts and their phones are already bricks. What about like body armor? Hear me out, new idea. Room temperature yoga. That's that's ridiculous. I have the day off and I did all my chores. Can SVX come out to play now? It is. It's been playing. Hot yoga is room temperature yoga? No, it's warmer than that. It's like room temperature yoga, but they have like two fans that blow heat. And then if you're in front of one of those, it's above room temperature yoga. How risky would trying to catch a Nvidia bounce here be? Moderately? It it could fail. Although it does seem to be bouncing a bit. The upside target for that would be like 60 to 65. I don't know if like the indexes are gonna back the move though. 4480 call interest is picking up again. Hmm. That one's kind of hard to interpret. It's both simultaneously bearish, but maybe very quickly bullish, all at the same time. Why would you send that one to me, Doric? I have to take another jump, but when I jumped earlier today, Fubo jumped as well. This is just a heads up that everyone should buy 250 weekly puts. I sold a lot of $12 HE puts last week. Is it dumb to buy some shares or sell higher strike HE puts, 1250 or 13? I mean, in the money CSPs could be safe if covering continues. But if R1K dumps again, I don't know. I guess you don't have to really worry about any like big call capitulation until after Friday. Express still a buy and hold? Last I checked, they still weren't going out of business. Although the price may get cheaper. Tesla's going to dump tomorrow. Is it though? Given that most of the call interest on it came in today, probably not. Maybe more towards the middle of the week. This bounce here on SPX still looks like shit. Hmm. That kind of makes sense. Does less call interest through 275? Yeah. Some of that's short, though. I think most of the price action on Tesla today is probably pulling back short calls more than it is long calls coming in. Yeah, like, well, probably not 15. I mean, I guess 15 is not out of the question, but it's pretty unlikely. Probably like 16, 50, 16. What'd you end up doing with the $20 HE September 15 calls? I still have them, I think. Yeah. Just gonna fucking sell off again. Futures is so bearish. Hmm. Russell's up 10 points. NQ 50, ES 34. VIX still above 14, huh? Interesting. Let me see what volume's looking like. Yeah, still a lot of call volume 80 to 80 to 90, really. Put volume picked up at 90 here. 80, 75, and 70. 70 still positively skewed. And there's a bit of a call wall at 65. Yeah, that's what's kind of making us look a little bit range bound. Dixie's being resurrected, but very, very slowly, if at all. But yeah, yields on the like 10, 20, and 30 keep moving up. Well, the 30's up almost 100 BPS today. I'm surprised it's not pulling the dollar up harder, but the 2-year is not being sold off anymore. So that'll start to pressure it as well. JPY 10-year up 832 basis points. Yep. wonder if the carry trade's P here. Uh, that's interesting. Apparently Ueda had a speech about possibly ending the negative rate policy. Hmm. Yeah, everyone's just waiting on CPI. Fear. Anyone noticed that Fidelity's new 2FA? You can just go back to login and it will bypass the 2FA on the second login. Hashtag security. No. Although, well done on their part. Bought at the money spy put for last week for SLD, October expiration, with the intent of averaging into this coming into SLD. It's now like $2 out of the money. Is it better to average down the strike I have or move higher? I don't know what was like your risk level for where you entered it. You have like a 44.45, I assume. I have no idea. CPI is Wednesday. Why don't you go AFK with a wide condor on SPX on a day like this? I've considered it. Although, you'd almost have to sell it too wide to actually make any fucking money off of it, but I've definitely considered it. Maybe it's just not worth it. Hmm. Yeah, probably not. 445. 25% risk. Hasn't hit it yet. Well, if you're still within your target range, then generally speaking, you would average down the better entry once you'd confirmed a breakdown. Was that a big short on Fubo or something else? It could have been profit taking at the $3 strike. It could have been puts coming in. It was a lot of volume though, so it was probably just shorting or selling. It's hard to tell because it was really only, it was such a huge price move on like one candle that it'll be hard to tell like its effect on liquidity until maybe like end of day or something like that. Doubt Fubo gets above 3 this week again, right? See, that part's tricky. So Fubo's still, and the reason I bought some weeklies on it is Fubo bounced right off of like the 264 resistance, and that bounce is generally kind of bullish. Also, like a big short like that in response to a breakout looks defensive to me. So I don't think a like a retest of $3 is out of the question like today, tomorrow. Risky, don't get me wrong, but definitely possible. I think if we get a confirmation of the bounce here on like the 1 minute or the 1 hour, um, and we start to see covering pick back up again, it's very possible we retest at least like 308. Price action these days seems to be pre-post futures trading, then flat on SPX. There's very little like I think open close deviation, if I remember correctly. Open to open's quite wide though, so there's the variance is a little weird. Close to close is about, well, I think the standard deviation's like 1 point, what was it, 1.1 or something like that. All right, so we're really starting to lose 76 here on ES. Finally. So I guess looking for a breakdown at 4470, which we haven't quite gotten yet, although we just tested it. And then a breakdown at 70, we'd be looking for 61. That may not happen though. That I'm kind of curious about. If bullish price comes back in. Yeah, so 65 is still pretty well defended. Hmm. The historical price SQQQ never hit 192,000. That's just from reverse splits. I think bulls have lost it, or we still touch 4480. So bulls have a call wall at 65, and bounces off of like 65 and probably lead to a test of 80. Although out of the money call interest is starting to break down, and out of the money put interest is picking up. So if we don't bounce at 65 and their call wall gets blown up, yeah, they're probably dead for the day. If we do bounce, we might test 80 again on the upside. Although that may just lead to more profit taking on the calls and the out of the money calls. Is it 37 cents now? That's kind of cheap. What's Airbnb doing today? Piece of shit. Stop going up. Okay, there's no reason to hold on to those. Okay, view. Probably not gonna happen. Jamie's probably not gonna happen. HE seems unlikely. Nope. Cool. This is a good straddle point if you want to be finished trading for the day. 70 is probably not terrible. It's kind of in the middle of the bullish and bearish ranges. I'd probably get more put theta. Hey. Okay, well that looks kind of nice. Take a peek at Baba. I know, it's been dropping. It's down like another 2% today. I'm feeling pretty good about my pits too. I actually wanted to enter some 85s here. Do I wait for a test of resistance? Maybe. I think I'm gonna wait for like the 8750 test, or 87, maybe like 8725. I'll wait for an 8725 test. What about ADP at 90 for October? 85? It's kind of far out of the money, but it's not the worst. Last week. Oh, so you missed out. You missed out on the 5% drop though. That kind of sucks. Although the 5% drop for me really just paid to cover the calls I bought to hedge the upside. But is DVN pooping today? I don't know. I haven't looked at it at all. Yeah, just getting rejected off like long-term resistance. It looks fine. It's still well within its slowly improving price. But yeah, it's I don't think that's a very big deal. Also, dividends coming up, I think, later this week. Nice, man. Pumpers must know they're big fucked when they can't gain any ground. Well, I'm sure they're aware. We'll see what that turns into. I mean, they really just want to stabilize into CPI, right? And then they have a pretty clear signal of whether they can give up or not. I don't really know how the bulls run away with hot inflation though. That's gonna be hard to spin. I was down 120% of my Fubo CCs this morning, and now I'm up 20%. I missed this so much. CPI's Wednesday morning. I poured over it last night for a couple hours before I went to before I spent the rest of the night sitting in an emergency room. But I don't see a way that CPI comes in cool. There's a couple ways where I could see like rent and services down. Well, rent's down, and that giving us like 0.3 month over month. But rents would have to drop so fucking much for that to happen. And then like fuel alone, like gasoline alone is 0.2 month over month increase. And then ISM services PMI was up, right? Like service prices were up. So I don't even think the contraction in core inflation is going to be as good as bulls assume. So it looks, yeah, CPI's on SLD. It looks pretty fucking bad. Like it looks like it's going to be a hot print, and I don't see a way where it's not a hot print. And I think things don't get seasonally readjusted until October. Jamie, same like Bobby. I don't think it's gonna get shorted down to $5. No, Jamie is not the same as Bobby. Not by a long shot. So many people buying cars still, insane. Yeah, that's another thing is that like used car prices ticked up a little bit again. Um so that's also inflationary. I mean, somehow we're gonna have to get like a hot CPI print, and the narrative is gonna be has to remain that the Fed isn't gonna really acknowledge it, right? Because it's just like a blip in the data. But that seems difficult, right? When you've been like poo-pooing the effect, like the really obvious accumulation of inflation over the year, and the fact that like everything was pointing to a like another a second run, possibly even a hotter run of inflation into the end of this year, beginning of 2024, and now it's happening, and you're gonna be like, no, it's not happening. So I don't know how they spin that in a positive light. For the last 5 seconds, I've painstakingly mulled over how we can get a cool print. Crime. I mean, I don't think we're gonna get crime. I mean, it looks like month over month CPI is gonna fall somewhere between like point 0.3, like 0.38 and 0.48, which is very, very hot. Don't forget that like the index itself, like annualized, has just been rocketing all year. And now that the base effect is gone, inflation's just gonna get hotter and hotter. Like it looks like September and October are set up to be even worse. I also love how bulls are suddenly dismissing headline due to oil prices, where they've been leaning on headline for the last year and ignoring sticky core. Yeah. But now that like core is starting to fall off a little bit, they're throwing all their bullish sentiment at core CPI. It's like, oh, it's okay if headlines up because now core is dropping, which is a sign of greater overall health. And it is, actually. But I don't think core is gonna drop that much. And this month you have a pretty big spike in wheat prices, and that's gonna affect food for the September print in October. Is Jamie a bad buy here? I mean, historically, under $17 isn't terrible. Will SPX pick a direction? Probably not. Maybe later. And the put wall or the call wall at 44.65 is kind of preventing the downside, and then the MM's kind of preventing the upside. So it's not like they're not buying zero DTE calls to try to pump it, but they're really swimming against the current. Utilities are still dropping. Yeah, but that's not like a heavily enough weighted component, right? Core PCE was up, not PCI. I think PCI was down last month, right? Let me double check, but I think it was. Yeah, last month it was like 4.7 versus the prior 4.8. But analysts are calling for core to drop to like a consensus of 4.3. And I think it looks more like 4.5. And then with services coming in hotter, it might be even closer to like 4.6. But headline's gonna move up probably a lot, like somewhere between like year over year between like 3.4 and 3.8 are possible. Is OPEC still possible for GME, even if cost to borrow keeps falling? Yeah. And GME OPEC'd back when the cost to borrow was like 0. That'd be weird. It hasn't done that in a long time, but yeah, wrong type of wheat. Wheat's the wheat ETN is I think like it's the soft wheat. Should be shorting because Bobby used to MOASS tomorrow. Bobby's not MOASSing ever. Yahoo Finance is going to be using Chat GPT to write their articles with headlines like "Stocks gain amid hopes for soft landing." I mean, that's what stocks have gained on. That's been the bullish consensus, right? Is now they're saying like, oh, it's cool, the Fed's totally winning, but the problem is all of the data says they're wrong. Like labor markets are staying strong, service costs are increasing, energy's inflationary. Testosterone parties are the latest biohack for Silicon Valley tech bros concerned about low T, insider tech. All the hottest trends start in the pickle jar. Mr. Gray Pubes, you should know this. September 29, 20C for GME. Buy now or wait till later in the week. I don't know why you'd want to buy it now. Seems early. Hmm. There's no way what's worth that much. They're pretty cheap at 30 cents. Yeah, they're not very expensive. I mean, I don't know. Ivy's kind of low today, but the price could go lower. Like Caldwell's making things so boring. Girk's gone into Sunday stream mode. Girk calls Dork's work, pretending you need him for a service call. Up 6% on Ken views, nice. Yeah, KV's having an okay day. A little bit of a gap up, despite losing some of its price improvement this morning. It is turning around a bit. We like the shorting on GME. It's typical for MOA, for like OPEX, like moving into monthly expirations. Monthly? No, not MOASS. I didn't say MOASS. If the tips look okay for OPEX, do we buy around end of SLD period and target gamma max plus 10 to 20? I wouldn't feel comfortable targeting. And first of all, Gamma Max was never 10 to 20%. It was like 10 to 15. And yeah, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable targeting the range above Gamma Max very much. Just ported my parents' Roth. You guys are all so ready to be fucking bullish on GME. Such a disappointment. Good morning, John. Consumer inflation expectations came in higher. 3.6 versus 3.4. Bullish. Maybe that'll start to turn the fucking dollar around today. I'm ready to be bullish on Kenview. I haven't been bullish on GME since the summer of 2022. I'm working on a bearish indicator. I've been seeing a lot more hard to find bourbon bottles that usually go to 3 to 4x MSRP on shelves for retail at grocery stores. Maybe they just found more bottles to dilute the stock. They're they're increasing liquidity. Kenny? Maybe. New bearish indicator. I went to work and two people asked me if we were hiring. Any realistic chance we test 4465? I don't think that's out of the question. I mean, we almost did before. We'd probably still push a little higher here though before that happens. Let me see. I'll try to be a little more specific on the range. So I think a test of like maybe 90 is still possible, although it still kind of just looks like 80. And then a rejection there will probably be sold off by the MM again. And it would probably fall back to like 4470-ish. 70 to 65. So you could, yeah, maybe if we test 90, that's still kind of up in the air, but it could happen, I guess. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Why is this fucking so weak, dork? Is the market just gonna crash next Monday? Tell me now. How about this Monday? Too soon. When will you finally look into the camera, swipe at it, and growl like a bear? I keep telling you it gets me going. I'm never gonna do that. At this rate, MOASS will be 1851. Whew. Calm down, Jen Jen. I DM'd you why the market sucks. Well, you're such a prick. I just want to be able to sell out of my call spreads, dork. Maybe I could roll these to tomorrow. Maybe that's the solution. Hmm. Oh, this sucks so much. God, it's only 11:30? What the fuck? Fear? Thanks, Flama Blanca. Imagine it Monday morning, opening down 2% with MM's long Vega. Other participants rushing in. End of day, 8 to 10%. You can't drop that much. The market would halt. I ordered fries and a Coke from McDonald's on DoorDash, and they forgot the fries? Do I buy puts on DoorDash or McDonald's or both? Was the package taped shut with a little sticker? If so, if the seal wasn't broken, it sounds like it's a McDonald's fault. Also, don't why would you spend $8 more on McDonald's? Jason's so dull. I've been working at work. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Are they gonna short VIX now? I really want them to short VIX, pump it to 44.90, and then we close at 44.65. I made a mistake and sold Fubo this morning with a market order instead of a limit. You wouldn't believe the slippage I experienced. I knew it was you, Atomic. Pickle jar overholding pits and averaging down here. SPX to 45.25. My puts are up. Who the fuck has puts for today? Are there a lot of people holding puts for today? Yeah, but McDonald's doesn't make money off of individual items as a corporation. Not really, right? Like once the item's ordered, they make their money. They don't give a shit if it actually gets sold. The franchise owner would profit on that spread. I have a very small amount, but they're hedged. Just AJ. AJ's sitting on 450s, averaging them down. Or 4450s. Do you think that Jamie price action at the moment can be insiders selling? No? No, I don't. Why would you think that? If they sell, Ryan Cohen will throw them out of a window, so I doubt it. Just cop on stream. No bar rate essentially unchanged today versus before that move. Okay. I was just curious. How does VIX not go to 300? Well, that's kind of excessive. Excellent choice of words there, Dave. When VIX greater than Nvidia? Taiwan invasion? I just got October 27, $20, 79 cents a share. What, on Jammy? Why do people buy these like weird fucking expirations of crazy spreads? Why not just get the like October OPEX expiration or the end of the, well, I guess that is that the October end of the month? Did I get a good deal? I don't fucking know. Was there any liquidity on that strike at all? You own one of 26 contracts at the strike. We got 79 cents a share. Are you sure? Because this contract hasn't traded at 79 cents a share ever. No, there's no other exchange. Did I look at the wrong one? No, it's the $27.20. Get it through a Canadian broker. My supermodel girlfriend's also Canadian. I think the hedgies lost access to my open order to my open order, my stops, and not getting hit. Okay. Good job, Flama Blanca. You're really doing it. Does she go to school in Canada? I have a limit order for 200 shares at 1680 on GME. Just hanging in there like a baited hook drawing GME lower. So much fun to watch. What if you don't get filled? Grak, I bought an SPX 2D poot. Alright, man. Well, I hope it prints for you. Are you gonna get the Better Business Bureau called on you for operating an unlicensed daycare gym combo? Probably not. I just sold those 10x 4475Ps for 48% gain. Nice. 3.3. What's 3.3%? Oh god, this is fucking dull. Why do the bulls suck so much? Oh, borrow rate for Jimmy. Did it tick up? Can you comment on your stream your thoughts on JM Smucker Co. being a thought leader in the AI future? Wait, the Jam Company? They make Jif. The peanut butter. Not the incorrect pronunciation of GIF. Should they really be commenting on AI and ML ethics? Ooh, can we do a speaking tour? I wanna capitalize on this. There's only like a 6-month window here for us to make like we we could pick up like 100 grand. I'll book them. You speak at them. What about Dole? What was the big drop on Fubo? I have no idea. It was like 2 million share sell off. I think I'm buying 0 DTE PM expiration put on Friday, and the PM are right at open to test the theory that the AM expiration causes the market maker to do things that cause downs. Okay. You can just backtest that just on weeks when there's positive charm going. Well, what if there isn't positive charm going into Friday morning though? You said dole, not. You said dole, not dole. I said dole. Ethical jams and jellies for a brighter future. How do you use machine learning to sell more Uncrustables? Oh fuck, they own Knott's Berry Farm? Or do they just distribute their berries? Robin Hood pizza flour. Never seen that before. Smuckers. Man, I need to start a fucking jam company. $1.8 billion in fucking jam sales? Oh, most of their sales are in coffee. Oh, they own Folgers. Interesting. Pet foods, 441 million. That's pretty good too. Coffee is the most profitable sector. Curious. Disney and Charter reached a deal to return ESPN, ABC, and other Disney channels to Spectrum. The blackout could end Monday with the new distribution deal. That explains why Fubo took a fucking nosedive. I mean, they're soft goods, so it makes sense. No, I was gonna say monthly, not MOASS. Jam seems like a good idea until Big Jar bends you over and fucks your profit margin. I mean, you just make your own jars, right? You become vertically integrated. Jars don't grow on trees. No shit, Sherlock. I would sell the jam in bags. Huh. Hear me out here. Use your jar factory to segue to a chip foundry? That's a bit much. I still don't understand cable. I have Fubo, I barely use it, and I still pay $30 less than what the cable providers offers. I pay for the sports ball packages too. Get fucked, Charter. Sorry, NW. Why would NW care about charter? What if you sold jam by the spoonful to passers-by? Like you lose so much margin in disposable spoons. How much are you charging per taste of jam? Do you think there'd really be a market for that? I guess if you had enough jam flavors. Who said disposable spoons would be used? Oh, so it's like a kink thing? You probably make a well. That definitely changes the profit margin potential. You should probably use a spoon that's non-reactive, so you get the purest jam flavor, like silver. Hire a model and you eat the jam off their finger. Yep, that'd make money. I could do that. We could call it like jam hands or something. No, we're not using a uranium spoon. Jam out with your clam out. Oh, why did I read that? Why can't the bulls? I'll see you later, Jen Jen. Why can't the bulls pump the fucking market anymore? I'm not listening for 1 second. You're talking about kink spoons. Well, it's a business idea, right? I mean, we're just brainstorming. How much money would you pay to lick jam off of a model's finger? This reminded me of the dot-com boom when I went to this lunch party with nude models with sushi on themselves. Crazy times. That's like a thing. That's still a thing. I don't know where you find it, but I know it's a thing. How long do you get to clean the fingers? Let's say there's like a 60-second timer. The first two knuckles are covered in jam. No deeper than two knuckles though. 60 seconds is a long time to be licking a finger, but I'm asking what you would pay for the experience. Does it come with eye contact? I don't know. Maybe that'd be extra. $5 final offer. Just so you know, for $5 you're getting like Darth Dan's finger, and whether it's jam or not, no one will know. Are the models employed by Smuckers, indicating they're from Amish country, Ohio? I wouldn't pay much in that situation. No, this has nothing to do with Smuckers. This is our own deal. It could just be like a feature of our jammery. Like if we open up like a custom jam shop, right? You could taste the different jam flavors off of the fingers of employees who would also be models. But at the same time, you know, you'd be able to pick up your custom jams. The sad part is this would be wildly successful. That's what I'm thinking. Like if I could open this up in a major city, like London or New York, whoever's the most repressed sexually. I guess you have to get insurance in case there's any biting incidents. Salt Lake City, Utah. UK or Germany? DC. No one said MOASS. Have it included in the tour package. $80 for a 2-hour tour with taste testing at the end with a jar to take home. I don't think you can get bespoke jam at $80 a jar. What's this about sexual frustration and making money? So we're gonna open a bespoke jammery where all of the employees are models. Sex doesn't matter. Um, and then if you want to taste various jams, you can eat it off their fingers. Korea and Japan. Okay. And we could live stream all the jam tasting. And then we could make money on like the merchandise and the OnlyFans on the back end. Only jams. Yeah, there we go. We'll just hire like buff guys and hot girls to like mash fruit with their fucking hands and make videos of it and shit. Do the models wash their hands between tasters? Up to the taster. I've always wanted a butt cheek smushed apricot spread. Perfect. Do you have any thoughts on Apple's price reaction to tomorrow's new product announcements? No. What are they announcing? A new iPhone? You can offer an optional upsell package to take belly button shots before and after from another model. Do we make like berry schnapps with the excess berries? Why is Tesla up 10%? Something has to be. Right? Can I get a job there? Where do I send my headshots? I don't need to see your head. Just your forearms. If you want to be featured prominently in the jam mashing videos, you just need really vascular forearms. Your face, we can just put someone else's face on you. AI, right? That's where this all started. Apart from OPEX dates, October 13th, 20th, 20th. 20th is the OPEX date for October. Wouldn't getting theta until the end of the month be good? Not when the contract's illiquid. Like, it's arguably better to buy the 20th and then roll it to the 27th if you need to later. Or just to get like a November expiry where the spreads aren't so wide. One of my arms is vascular. Good enough. Yeah, you can't bite your nails. That's true. It seems like a missed opportunity not to include feet mashing. I guess you could get your maybe that's part of the upsell on the jam itself is like who mashed it, right? We don't maybe we don't even need to hire employees. We can just hire OnlyFans models. You choose your jam and then you get a video of them mashing it up for you. There's enough money floating around that this idea definitely has legs. Have cool names. Jay Pomegranate, Michael's Burries. I fucking hate it when the SPX trades flat all day. So the jam at high cost, extra money for the video. Well, maybe you could get like a generic jam making video with your jamist. What do you call them? Jam artists? Jardists? We'll figure that part out. But like, or you could pay extra and have a custom video of your jam personally being made. Or we buy Nvidia cards to deep fakes of celebs mashing jams. That's what I said. When Washington Beef was worried about his face, we can just stitch someone else's face on there with AI. Acton Princess. You can't have a new business model if it doesn't not include a subscription that customers can forget they have. True. I don't know if you're allowed to have animals around food preparation in the US. So marketing to the furries could be difficult as far as health codes are concerned. Are you presenting a bull thesis on AI? I'm trying pretty hard. Wabbeef isn't even supposed to be here. How can he justify picking up a part-time hamster job? Well, he needs money to gamble with, preferably cash. Are you still looking for a put debit spread entry on Tesla? No, not right now. I know it's a green candle. I'm sitting right here. It still just kind of looks like we could test 4480 and then fail. I guess 85 is a little better than it was. I know more if Dork sent me more cool charts. But futures bounced over 76 again, so at least the chop seems to be over for a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if this fault fails again, though. I just want to test 90 and then break down for the rest of the day. Do you think we can get it? Yeah, I know. You've picked arguably the worst. Hold on. You should use this GIF. It's way better. It's also fucking Jennifer Connelly. Furries don't fursuit 24/7. In fact, one of the lead developers of the mRNA COVID vaccine is a furry, who I've spoken directly to, and who has been asked if they wear one in the lab before. Well, that's just basic lab safety, right? You can't. That's a silly horse. It's sad that this group knows so much about furries. I'm not passing any judgment. New business, make lab appropriate furry gear. How? Kibia looking to break out, or not enough momentum going on? I don't know. I'm not really watching it. It's gaining back some of the ground from the drop earlier, so that seems bullish. Popping back in after stepping away for a while, where did you say we'll likely see upside resistance? 80, 85, and 90? If we can break 80. I don't know if we'll be able to. We failed the test earlier. So it doesn't look very promising currently. Hmm. Fubo's turning around a bit. VIX continues to drop. Maybe this is where we get it. Let's see. There's decent call interest, like up to from 44.80 to 44.90. Delta's picking up a little bit. Just careful of rejections because they could be really fast. And we still haven't broken 85 on ES yet. But that would be the upside test here, I think. Yeah, so I think this keeps pushing here for a second at least. I'll be right back. Just making some food. Oh, fantastic. It got fucking rejected again. What an absolute piece of shit. Gherk shares thoughts on the MJ situation? What MJ situation? Holy shit, these are amazing. I have like little wasabi crackers. They're so good. Ooh. How am I supposed to make money on this bullshit price action? You open a straddle last night, sell the call side, and then that's it. Who's... That's not how you spell that. I've been zero DT swing trading $100 to $300 at a time. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. That's intense. I don't, Popcorn. Enlighten me. I don't even know what flavors these are. This one's called a Crab Crunch. Doesn't taste anything like crab. The sriracha one kind of tastes, or like, I guess it's chili powder one, kind of tastes like pasta sauce. Yeah, most of Baba's moves are overnight. Not always, but I don't think this bounce is very significant. Although I kind of want to use it to enter some 85s. Things were crack-a-lacking on Fubo this morning. And then it dumped like a truck. Oh, holy shit. Some of these wasabi crackers are way fucking stronger than other ones. Ah, yeah. Fuck. ESPN and Disney reached a deal. Cool. Oh, about Fubo? Yeah, I know. Someone get this poor guy some creme fraiche. Thanks, Edwin. This is it, Dork. They're trying to do it. Haha, Ghost of Teddy. Dixie dead? It would appear that way. Well, at least for today. I guess what's kind of weird about it, though, is like the 10, 20, and 30 year are still climbing. Although they're down a bit from earlier. I'm having a bad day. Does it have to do with Jamie? Did your significant other tell you that fire's a stupid investment plan? Thoughts on affogato? It's okay. I don't really like milky shit in coffee, though. Thank goodness I have this stream to cheer me up. Exactly. How's your AMD play looking? I didn't get as many puts as I wanted last week, but my October 100p are up 20%. I think my options are up. Yeah. Ooh, I should cut some of this. I'm like past my PT right now. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably start closing out my debit spreads, and I'll leave the 105 puts open a little longer. Accountants always want financial independence the most. The spread on Express is a sick joke. Yeah, that was confirmed a long time ago. Just what a moon. I think we test 85 or 80 all in the tank. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they fucking failed so many times earlier. I'm not really sure they're going to be successful now. I started reading Best Loser Wins. That's a good book. You think they managed to push this higher? I mean, I think they need to. Will you be streaming in 30 years' time? Probably not. When do you think BTU can break out of this 20 to 20 50 to $23 range? Um, I don't know. Chinese economic expansion isn't looking great, so they're not putting a lot of demand on coal right now. But at some point, they're gonna have to nut up or shut up, I guess is the nicest way to put it. So, we'll see how much debt China's willing to pile on in order to sustain their economy over the next 10 years. Right now they're reticent to add more debt, but they're going to need to. Their PPI right now is deeply deflationary. I'm about to read 3 pages deep in One Fish, Two Fish. I'm so excited to incorporate that into my trading strategy. That's actually a great book about risk management. I'll still watch Gherkin when he's in his 80s. Hmm. I'm not gonna be 80 in 30 years. I want to get BTU CSPs, but I'm holding off. I see. Generally, spikes in commodities pricing happen pretty quickly. Right now, everyone's very unsure in the commodities market. They're kind of just trading sideways, a little bit up, but what are your thoughts on people investing in index funds for FIRE? I think FIRE's fucking stupid and Dave Ramsey's a dipshit. This is why I've been so nervous about selling CC is quivering like a leaf. Does Dave Ramsey not push FIRE? I thought that was his thing. Maybe after his next bankruptcy he will. Mr. Money Mustache. Selling CCs is so chill. You just do it and fall asleep and then get assigned. It's a safer way of doing things. Ramsey likes things about fire, but he has criticisms. Maybe it's better than I thought it was. What's fire? Financial independence, retire early. Recreational employment. God, the fucking market's so gappy right now. All right. MMM pushed Get Set Fire out of 9 to 5 job. Find something you're passionate about and build a real life. Making extra money if you can. Want Mr. Money Mustache? I don't know who he is at all. I prefer the SWUD approach. Slavery for wages until death. Will you completely stop trading when you decide to retire? I mean, no. It's too fun. Oh, I feel like if I wanted to retire right now, I probably could. Without any substantial effect on my quality of life. But gross. The idea is just to stack them so you can live off growth, right? I mean, if you had 5 million invested, even bonds give you more than 200K a year. Should be enough for people who live normal. Yeah, that's true. You can hit that a lot faster with less than $5 million, but yeah. Does HQ look like it's absolutely gonna rip to anyone else? Looking at the 4-hour, it could. Any update in SPXOI? No, the chain hasn't really moved around very much. There's like a little bit more interest at like 85. 90 still has a ton, but I suspect that a lot of it's sold. And then if we lose 80, we're probably gonna slide back to 65 again. Like if we lose, well, I guess if we lose 75, we're gonna probably slide back to 65 again. HE Finna Squirt. It looks pretty good. There's a bit of covering going on, so that's a start. I'm gonna become a billionaire. I'm gonna become a billionaire? He's gonna tell stories about Stefan and Koala Hugger in his old age. What makes you think I'd stay a billionaire if I became one? Talking about less than 5 milli, don't leave us hanging. I mean, you can get far more substantial yields off covered calls than the treasury rate. So right now my yield on GME is an average of 8 to 12% a month annual. So annualized, that's that. So the average is like 24, almost 25% a year. So if you had $1 million of GME, you could you'd probably fall on the low end of, let's say you fall on the low end of the yield there, and like 20%, 21% a year. Becoming a millionaire is not that hard. Wasn't Bezos already a trillionaire? Or Musk, or one of them? For like a brief moment. I mean, like, compounding gains make it really easy to become a millionaire pretty quickly if you have moderate income and decent saving habits. The problem is $1 million isn't really like, it seems like a lot. You're like, oh wow, that's a lot of money. It's really not though. Compounding losses make it hard. That's true. Remember, guys, parents' basements are where millionaires are made. Yeah, because you don't have expenses. So that's a huge win. Not in New York, it isn't. Yeah, it's definitely not in New York. If $1 million would solve my yellow jacket problem, would it though? Maybe they just follow you to a new place. Let's see, 5% yields. A month on a covered call position is like 61% and 61.7% annualized. Mm. So you could turn 13 point. You could turn $5,000 into $1 million in like 13 and a half years. And that's not even like the best stock to sell covered calls on. There's stocks that have way better implied vol nowadays. But Assuming no issues with scaling. Well, I mean, you'd probably diversify at some point. Nvidia, Tesla, you could get way higher annualized yields off of those. You know, surprisingly, Caterpillar, Dork. Yields on Caterpillar pretty fat. Or you could full port into SPX0 DTEs and do it on one day. If you get like a 10% move and you buy like 0.05 delta calls, maybe. Or puts. Hypothetically speaking, what would you do with $15,000 bonus if you received it on September 22nd? Puts or calls? Hypothetically, I have no idea. Looks like the Bulls win the day. I don't think so. What part of this looks like winning to you? All right, let me go grab my food. It should be done cooking. I'll be right Ugh. It's like 370 people watching, 274 likes. Although most of those people will come back now that I'm back from lunch, but what's a lot of sick gap down? I don't know. I feel like the calls have an edge here if they can keep pushing, like keep trying to walk it up a little at a time. But it just looks shitty, and I kind of just want out of both of my positions, to be honest. At 44.90, I can almost taste it. Hey, think so? Yes, still hasn't broken 44.85. And it doesn't look super fucking promising either. Hmm. Thanks, Brand. Dixie wants to break up? Uh, Probably, yeah. The 30 years back at 90 BPS. The 2 years, 6 month, and 3 month are still a little bit underwater, but just barely on the 3 and 6. The 2 years, okay, but I think we have the 3 year auction right now. How did that come in? Did anybody see that yet? No, 3 year auction's not in yet. Hmm. Ooh. Doku got fucking destroyed today. Yeah, I'm gonna start closing my debit spreads on AMD. Apple looks kind of weak here. QQQ doesn't look so hot. Nvidia could catch a bid. And Microsoft and Apple don't look so great. Calls are super cheap today. Is that because the MMs are sharing your skepticism? Well, I think it's also because VIX is starting to float. Like, well, most of the day it's been above 14. Puts are a little pricier right now. But that's also like, you know, parity. 4.66. What's 4.66%? Has Elon shadow banned JFresh yet? Oh, on the 3-year? Oh, okay. Well, that's up quite a bit. $20 years ticking up there. Let's see if the Dixie moves. It's kind of double bottomed here. I mean, long end's not mooning. Also, someone's obviously going like long euro, pound, and yen. There's probably a lot of speculation on the euro this week because of the ECB's rate decision on Thursday. A lot of people think they're gonna cut rates. Because Germany's already in a recession. When Tesla puts, it'd probably wait a little bit. Amazon's looking great. Yeah. Maybe a new local high off this. 45 might not be a bad bet. Wait, you're in San Jose, California? There's nowhere good to eat there. That entire city is garbage. Someone had to say it. I'm glad it was me. Yeah, I've been in San Jose a bunch of times, and I don't remember eating any good food there. Meta, the parent company of social media platforms Facebook and Instagram, says it's developing a new artificial intelligence model that will rival the most advanced models from OpenAI. So just more chatbots? Oh yeah, there's a lot of Dans working in San Jose, especially if you go out at night. What do you look for to tell if the SPX is going to run away either direction? If it's a Pumpy's day, can you confirm it with price staying above the EMA 510 by 1 p.m.? Not really, because it could just fail, right? There has to be options interest to the upside to support a continued move or downside. Forget about the metaverse. As a fellow Dan who lives and works in San Jose, everything you're saying is true. How does Wall Street work? Does Morgan Stanley buy a metric fuck ton of Tesla calls the day before they announce an upgrade and a target of 4,400? No, they buy a shitload of shares in the pre-market right as they announce their upgrade. Then they spend the next 7 weeks selling calls to people who are willing to buy it at a higher price. Is 450 Nvidia a big sold call strike? It's a big sold put strike. There's a lot of Vega risk at 450. Distributive chop? Yeah, probably. It kind of looks like there's still not enough juice to get us up to 44.90. Although I feel like if bulls can hold 75, well, I guess like 77.50 until like 2 or 3, they might be able to push for 90 into the end of the day. Both. AJ. Hmm. Oh, this is fucking garbage. Hmm. One sec. Okay, so this is still bleeding off. Or it's not necessarily okay. Yeah, I can respond. Just shoot me a shoot me a DM later. Remind me, Rims and Tims. Maybe we test 85 and fail. That's starting to look more likely. Profit taking's already happened at the 60, 65, and 70 call. So, and Delta's starting to fall off. $44.90 interest. Yeah, I'm like, people are selling off the 80 now a little bit. It looks like the bulls are just kind of skittish. A lot of profit taking. B of A fixed income. Our model is short the 10-year U.S. Treasury bond, KTB futures with positioning in each on the elevated side. In particular, the positioning in TY futures is the most stretched. Correspondingly, a rally of TYZ3 of only 1.7% to 111.26 or higher would trigger a large cover in our model. Interesting. Hmm. Are they saying they're big fuck? Well, not big fuck yet. Let me go look at their contract though. Which contract? 3? See. Oh, okay, so it's the December contract. Ooh. Ooh, it's kind of close. It's about 2% off. Hmm. I got a Brawny ad. AI is working. Buying Nvidia. Hmm. That's interesting. Goldman Sachs says VIX at about 13.8 is 6 points below the 20.6 level implied by the growth and inflation environment, but only 4 points below levels implied by our year-end 2024 estimates. Single stock options prices are similar to the economic environment. The S&P average stock 1-month implied volatility of 21.9 is only 4 points below the level implied by the growth and inflation environment. Oh, okay, so that's just repeating itself. Hmm. That's a fun chart. When hmm. Seems like 44.90 will be tested. Yeah. Should have held on to my spread longer. And Goldman's sending all kinds of mixed messages today. Crazy that they keep pumping this. Well, they got a lot of interest at 44.90. 95's okay. But 95 has the put wall on the longer dated expirations. Yeah, we might. We've already seen some profit taking of the 75 and the 80 strike. So we might start to see profit taking of the 85 and 90 strikes. Although the second test at this level today is kind of bullish, right? The 44.90 sold calls get squeezed. I don't know if there's really that many. I don't think it matters that much. I mean, that's probably what their put wall's there for, right? To prevent those from getting squeezed. Tomorrow we have the OPEC report and Germany's ZEW. Goldman's Pivotsky, geopolitical environment is probably a bigger risk than what's reflected in the price. Given some of the Apple's headlines last week, Xi skipping G20 and oil price trading where it is, with the Saudis having extended production cuts. Huh. Maybe Apple continues down after announcing the deal with Qualcomm? $44.98 is the next upside resistance. Futures testing $44.90 right now. So this is a pretty important level for futures. Yeah. Tesla 272. So we're getting close to resistance, I think. 275. Okay. Where's Gamma Max on Tesla? Gamma Max. So not a lot of room left on it. Or maybe a lot of room left on it, although I don't think so. Apple. So Apple's still trading below charm neutral, right? Yeah. Interesting. 180 is really important for Apple. If Apple rejects off 180 again, that'd be pretty bearish. Although I don't know if that's going to be realized today. I guess let's see what happens with SPX at 44.90. Lol, Apple doesn't go down. Really? We all shorted it like the last 2 weeks. It was pretty awesome. You know, it's trading like 10% down from its local high, right? Reading off bearish points? Goldman's analysis is just super mixed. It's not really bearish or bullish. They're just riding the fence. Like they're saying that VIX is underpriced and that more volatility should be priced into the market. But they have an SPX year-end price target of 4,500. And they want to recommend that people take advantage of low options prices to reduce risk while maintaining upside exposure. Own stocks returning cash to shareholders versus firms spending on capex and R&D, and avoid stocks with high leverage, low interest coverage, and negative EPS. So buckle up, I guess. But last week they were saying all kinds of bullish shit about GDP. I used to feel bad about selling too early and missing profits, but I remember all the times I let them expire worthless. Yeah. It really reads like we have no idea. I know. They have a SPX target of 4,700 over the next 12 months. The way this chart looks, 4,500 doesn't seem off the table. Basically, they're saying avoid QQQ and just go for SPX DJI, but hedge with puts. So, basically. Not really. They're saying to buy into their like dividend ETF and stay away from their capex ETF or mutual fund, and then avoid meme stocks. That's on selling a 14 DTE bear call spread after CPI print. Could be okay. It's a lot of time. But Nvidia's king meme stock this year. Hmm. You're just looking at the different. You're looking at the. You're looking at the December contract, not the September contract. Turbo. Is there a legitimate reason Tesla jumped today? Yeah. 300 million dollar investment in Nvidia chips for a supercomputer that's totally going to kick ass. So, $100 billion extra valuation so far, roughly. I want to buy $60 million worth of Nvidia chips. I'm gonna use them to map my face to new memes. I'll let Big Spoon just play with the whole stack, and then we can go public. Immediately get like a $15 billion valuation, right? Then we'll dilute down to like 5 billion. How do you change the contract? The contract you want is ESU 2023, I believe. It's not ESZ, it's ESU. This is gonna be the most exciting jam business of all time. As long as we remember to stay ethically responsible with our with the power granted to us by AI and machine learning. ESZ's December. Yeah, I know. You don't want December yet because it's still not the contract in front. We're still in the September roll period. The September contract's not expired yet. Volume's higher on December. I mean, it actually doesn't matter which one you look at, but is it? Yes, December contract's 1.56 million. That's a lot of money into the roll early. Hold on. 1.32. Yeah, a little bit higher. Not much. Why are they telling us to stay away from QQQ? I mean, they're not directly. We should crowdsource and become the H100, become H100 distributors. No, we're gonna become a cloud services provider. Imagine how quickly we'll get funded by like VCs if we already have $60 million in H100 chips. Whew. Just like throwing money at us like strippers. What if CoreWeave were the ultimate chads and used their loan to short Nvidia? They used their loan to pay Nvidia back. Tesla's made their own chip for part of the supercomputer. And it's called the D1. It's developed by an ex AMD guy. Yeah, but this is just for their like self-driving to like process video data, right? Apparently they announced it in August of 2021. $354 compute cores, 6 training cells per system tray, 2 system trays per cabinet, 10 cabinets per exapod. Yes. Digital more than an exaflop of computing power. 720 nodes, 8 Nvidia AI 100 tensor core GPUs, and 5,760 GPUs in total. The only thing that seems remotely special about this is it being developed in-house. It's nothing about their production. So how many of these can they actually make? Like, they only have like what, research fabs, right? At best. Hmm. It says it's being produced entirely in-house. Why would they pay Nvidia until the H100s are delivered? Because Nvidia needed to report better earnings. Bear's gonna hibernate until SLD CPI. That was a good push for the downside after the weekend pump, but it still seems bulls have some gas. Well, bulls had some gas till about here. Then we'll see what happens for the rest of the day. I'm gonna dive into puts like it's an endless sea of nummy jelly sandwich. When I don't know, whenever you want. Elon will probably come out and say they're ready for full-scale production by end of year. Probably. Although it seems kind of proprietary to their self-driving tech, so I can't imagine that production outside of like their own computing units would be necessary. There's not a lot of profit taking on in the money calls yet. It might accelerate, but right now it's minimal. The 80 took like a little bit of profits. 85's not really taking any. They might try to squeeze out the sold calls into end of day. Elon stating that its Dojo supercomputer can add 500 billion to market cap. He needs to sell more shares. It's a fun Twitter. I was stopped out of the call side? Ooh, a little more 80 profit taking. I feel like bulls are still in a good position here, right? 85, 90. Maybe just 85. Well, this might be the end of the road until interest changes. Before 80, it flips back. What do you see the Fubo pullback going to? I have no idea. It broke 64, so I'm probably gonna close the weeklies I picked up. Yeah. Not a big fan of that. It could go south of 250. Next resistance to the downside is 237, then 223. K-view green candle. Still down from its high today, though. Mm, 100 basis points. NQ's way outperforming SPX today. Upstart going below 30 would be pretty bearish for the rest of the week. Yeah. It's not great for it to fall below 30. What's it at right now? 30.28. Ooh, that broke down really hard. Yeah, that's not particularly good for the rest of this week. If it breaks down below 30. Did Nvidia fall off a cliff or something? Nvidia's hanging in there. Palantir's doing okay. Microsoft's doing really well. Yeah, falling below 30 puts a lot of the puts in the money. Right, SPX Moon and not Doom. Is it mooning? $44.80 test possible on the downside here? Maybe. I would say we want to see it break 85. If it breaks 85, I'd be looking at 77. Although I guess 80 is almost as important, but like 77.50 seems more relevant. It's lower than it opened. Did I have expectations for SPX tanking today? I don't think so. SPX is lower than the price it opened at today. Is this going to pick up momentum? And we're going to see a sell-off. 80 and 85 are taking profit. 75 took some more profits. 44.90 interest is still picking up, but that might be sold. Let me see what the volume looks like on that. VIX isn't being shorted. I know. There's like no fucking volume at all. I guess there's a little bit of put volume coming in at 85 and 80, but it's not a lot. Do you have any opinion on Dish? I'm not particularly interested in it. I think I wrote about it on like the Pickled Picks discussion channel one day. Some dude asked me about it like a little while back. They've got a lot of problems. Even with the deal with Amazon. QQQ moving up pretty strongly, and Mag 7 not following as well over the last hour. I think RS, like, broader tech is performing pretty well, but Mag 7's doing alright still. How's RSP doing today? RSP's up 26 BPS. That's usually kind of bullish. Although, way down from open. What did it open at? 148? So it opened like right where we're trading. 148.33. It's a little bit higher than where it's trading right now. What are the rates on Fidelity for fully paid lending? Shit. I think they were like 3% or right around there. I don't remember the last time they sent me an email. But they weren't good. How's that big Nvidia chip customer firm called again? You mean, what's the name of it? CoreWeave? Is that the one you're talking about? Come on, 4490. I don't know if they'll get it. I think the volume at 4490 is just sold. So I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to pressure them out. This is kind of what happened on our upside tests like Thursday and Friday also. Fucking overnight gaps are crazy right now. I want to see the rates for AMC. I'm thinking of buying some and just lending it all out. Oh, I have no fucking clue. Usually Fidelity is just like a little bit like it's just lagging on IBKR's rate. And then like the fully paid lending program, they obviously take a cut, but it's usually not that significant. Boston-based DraftKings issued an apology on Monday for offering a never forget parlay involving New York sports teams on the 22nd anniversary of September 11th, 2001 attacks. Dirtbags. I don't think they ever made any other claims. Why on earth would you buy AMC? I feel like that borrow rate's gonna get rugged as Adam Aaron dilutes more though, right? So 44.85p or only $3. That seems cheap enough for the bear push with 0 DTEs. If they only had the balls like the bulls, we'll see. This is kind of starting to break down. I think we might lose 85 here. I kind of want to get 85. How much is that? 85.80 verticals. 580. Oh, okay, that's what I have. It's profits like 1,600. That's not too bad. Article on Courier I found writes like the chips that collateralize the debt with are already in use. Okay. As far as I know, they've only received like a small part of the chips that they bought from Nvidia, and the rest are supposed to be delivered out in like 2024. I would suggest maybe finding more articles. Catching up at 2x. The morning gap ups usually lead to slow profit taking from calls. I have to learn how to officially backtest. I'm admittedly not there yet. Not always. It depends on the type of gamma environment you're in largely. But there can be other effects as well. Yay, my 50 spy puts are even now. Let's fucking go. I've encountered a terrible supply and demand conflict. I desperately want a Michigan State Tuck Coming t-shirt now. And the sites I've checked all removed the item. I don't know what that means. Is this like a football thing? The JPY 2-year is up 1,600%. Cool. Maybe the Ministry of Finance is moving a little quicker to protect the yen than they said they would. Ooh, bull trap, we're going down. Well, we're getting some in the money profit taking, but not a ton of it. So I wouldn't necessarily say we're going down, but yeah, alongside Delta's breaking down slowly. It does look like the 44.90 strike was pretty heavily sold while we were sitting there. So um maybe we'll get a little rollover into some put interest here. But things don't really break down until we cross under 44, really 44.70, 750. 44.80s might be like an early confirm of that, but Ministry of Finance, same like Ministry of Magic. Yeah. Hmm. It's starting to break down on the 5. Not quite the 15 yet, but the 5 minutes starting to break down. This is the 1 minute. I think we get a continuation of the breakdown here. It's still a little early to tell. Let's see if the September contract loses 85. Could still just be a pullback to reposition. Where's the Ministry of taking your shirt off? I was just think there was a ton of shirts branding that had the phrase "tuck coming" on it. I mean, okay. How can I buy more ape shares? I mean, if you don't have enough already, are you really an ape? Hmm. Just a heads up. Interesting. Are we gonna get like a big fucking sell off of 44.90s? The fuck? I don't know what you're saying to me, dork. SEC, same like Ministry of Making White. I never have, Edwin. I think I'm taking this opportunity to get some Jan 4400 puts. Ooh. You're the composite man whisperer. Dork, you high at work right now? A little. Okay, someone fucking DM'd me the... I don't know where I went. Pterodactyl, did you DM me the shirt? Because I swear I just saw it on Discord and then it disappeared. Did Fubo officially get fragged today? Yeah, Fubo got fucked hard in the ass. It's in the process of getting fucked even harder. It's in the general chat. Oh, maybe that's where I saw it. Oh, long 4490. Why would I be going long the 4490? This is a bad look for a company run by the owner of a rat dog that calls our board members and posts memes on the internet to be investigated by the SEC. Asking for a friend. What? Having your CEO investigated by the SEC? Oh. Bullish. Haven't you? I'm sure Superstock wrote a DD about it. Probably said something like, so anyway, I just keep DRSing. I bought more in DRS. Something about book. I'm Adam, and I keep hate buying Airbnb. Hey, Greg, I just got here. I had to drive 30 miles in a rare classic car. Needless to say, it was very stressful. Thank you for helping me prepare for this by trading SPX. What did I miss? Not a lot. Slow accumulation of call interests at like 480 and 85. A little bit at 90. Right now, it's either breaking down or they're going to start building more out of the money positions. Is HE getting rugged right now? I don't know. I'm not watching it. You tell me. not really rugged. It's still up like 3% today, but down a little from its high. Is the only thing propping up SPX right now NQ? Tell me to stop looking at Jim. Stop looking at them. It's you don't need me to tell you. DTCC something something paper certificates of digital shares something something to the moon. I paid $3K for an Airbnb this past weekend. Short the fuck out of them. I tried that when they got added to the S&P 500. Bring back the Tesla bear case. It's been there all along. It doesn't need to change. Them buying $300 million in chips from Nvidia doesn't change anything. No one cares about their non-existent self-driving. They can lose 100 billion in market cap just as fast as they gained it. Don't worry, they still won't make any fucking money this quarter. I just made 95% on ZOM CCs I sold Friday. Ooh, nice. Gonna do some manscaping. Probably not a bad day for it. Ooh, oil just took a hit. Here's the question, Dork. Are we gonna fucking test 90 or not? Because I don't want to sit around all day waiting for this. I'm gonna go with no. That's disappointing. So you're telling me to close the call side of my straddle? I'm telling you to do shit. Well, okay, so I closed the call side of Friday's straddle earlier, and then I reopened another straddle at 470. And now I'm feeling like I should probably close the call side of that one too. Who's the biggest and best shill? Elon or Jensen? Elon's got more experience shilling. I just tried to do the thing, and when I tried the thing, it became not the thing, and now I don't think it is. Hmm. Have you tried restarting the thing and doing it again? Elon has lost his way. I don't think he ever found it. You say that, but Jensen has successfully grifted gaming, VR, crypto, and now AI. Elon Musk has grifted space, electric vehicles, gas stations, underground tunnels, flamethrowers, satellite internet, crypto, and now AI. Oh, and hair. Yeah, he did. Well, grafted, but yeah. Grafted hair. Did I forget Elon grifted tequila that one time? Oh yeah, and PayPal and the original Tesla engineers. Tens upon tens of women. Did they get grifted, or did they know the horse was all they were gonna get? It's impressive that Elon's breeding fetish isn't the most repulsive part of his character. I mean, if he has enough money to support like 30 children, right? Then what are you gonna do? You could argue it's more responsible than poor people having children that they can't support, right? I suppose he could help poor people support their children, but that's for him that would probably be repulsive. A grift horse. I just put super glue on my boots and it's not going well. Why did you do that? Were you that bored by the price action? Because the next kid's gonna be named Sparkles Megatron. Do you suppose billionaires support their kids with their own money? I feel like every time you have one, you just like create a trust and then just like pumps like you pump a few mil into it and they get whatever, right? Maybe he's allergic to latex. Naming a kid Techno Mechanicus is child abuse. Not if his dad's one of the richest men on the planet. I feel like that's the only situation where you get away with it, but like, who's gonna bully you when you have private security? I have a great family, but I think I'd be down to be one of 20 filthy rich siblings, even if my dad was a straight dog. Maybe one of his progeny will kill him. Maybe that's what he's trying to make happen. Like he figures if he has enough neglected children, then they'll come after him to challenge the throne. Maybe one of his kids will super glue his hands to his shoes and push him down the stairs. Well, you've clearly survived that today, so do you think it'd work? But I feel fine. I'm not like, there was nothing wrong with me. One of them disowned him already. Hmm. That's not really like a lot though. It's 2:30 now. He uses AI to tell him when to pull out, and it hasn't worked yet. Self-driving. That's a dumb move, biting the hand that feeds you. I mean, if you're already set for life and your dad's a piece of shit, you might as well disown him, right? Like you already got like private schools, K through 12, and then like university paid for. I think at this point, I mean, you're functional, right? You may not be a billionaire, but you've already got all the advantages you need. Then you can make it into like a competition. I mean, like, I would say, given the daddy issues in the pickle jar, most of us probably don't have dads, or if we do, they sucked, right? So, how's that? What's I feel like I would have rather have had a shit dad that was a billionaire than just a shit dad. You know what I mean? Well, duh. What's the news on Fubo that caused the dump? I guess Time Warner or Spectrum and Disney or Disney and ESPN came to some sort of agreement. Do a poll about it. My dad is an amazing man, by the way. Well, your opinion's not relevant here. I had a creepy uncle. I wish he was at least rich. Money does indeed buy happiness. With money, you can buy a jet ski. Have you ever seen someone unhappy on a jet ski? No, I rest my case. Thanks, Tosh 2.0. Have they done any meaningful de-risking today? I don't think so. Maybe at 90 earlier this morning, but since then, no. Greg, I played the breakdown and got stopped out at break even. Fidelity wins again. But there's still an hour to go, Dork. They can't really de-risk any Vega at these prices. Like it's really not like maybe some short-term shit, but it's not advantageous. They need it above GN. Otherwise, they can't de-risk a substantial amount of their positions. They need the market maker to step in as the liquidity provider. You guys want me to run over to Dreamforce and just scream fear? I don't know who that is. 2 strikes out of the money is practically free. Fucking saddle. Really? Are we saddled here? I don't feel like this is the saddle. I think they're just making puts really fucking cheap. I think we're gonna fall back into the saddle. I don't know. Did something change? To me, it doesn't quite look like it. Yeah. So it still kind of looks like 80 or 75 as the closing price. Can you save my 2D poop? Probably not, because it's probably at like 44, 45 or something. Ascending wedges are bearish, so we break up. Into what? There's not like a lot to break up into here. There's a nominal amount of call interest at 44.90. And then like 44.95 has a put wall. 44.85 and 80 are selling off. So is the 75. Are we topping out here? Maybe. We did get a slightly higher high. Although yeah, I wouldn't say this looks fucking great. How much is just the single option put? I just want one. $2. It's 238 right now. Ugh. Mix really isn't down very much today. What did we open at? 14.17? 280 BPS. VX1's down 300. Vic's gonna do some weird shit like go into contango or backwardation. It's looking good for a push to 45.20 tomorrow. I guess if it holds 75 into today, it looks a lot better for it. Still a lot of resistance to the upside, and we haven't even gotten we haven't held 44.90 yet, which is kind of problematic. They're just like really trying to hold this level until they can pump, but are they going to be able to? I don't know. 15 minutes not looking so fucking hot. Dixie's flat. 104.50. Yields are turning back up a little bit, but the front end of the curve is underwater still today. Looks like USD yen's bouncing back a little bit. Oil's falling a little, down 27 BPS. Maybe some pressure on vol if dollar starts moving up again. Definitely looks ready to. Another rejection on futures at 44.90. Still weak though. What makes them 90 so problematic? Vega risk? Yeah, they sold a lot of puts at 90. They also have a lot of puts sold at 4,500. Although a chunk of those expired last week. Far more of them expire this week. I mean, if VIX were to fall into backwardation, it'd only be for like a day. It probably won't. RSP's dropping. It's under 148 now. That's kind of bearish. Dollar's moving up a little tiny bit. The 2 year is almost back to break even. Okay. So there's some bearish pressure here. RSP is the S&P equal weight index. Did someone say backwardation? Oh god. What do I don't know. AMC getting delisted by end of year? Or doesn't Adam Aaron have like 50 million more shares he can sell? So if we close it to 75.90, 75 and 90, SCX is still bullish in tomorrow based on positioning. Wouldn't it be crazy to get to 44.90 and not reach GN? Would it be that crazy? I mean, that you're literally describing like the last 3 weeks of price action of us just like attempting to get to GN and failing. That gold mine's gonna hit any day now. That's the backup plan. He's gonna get the AMC shareholders to go out into the desert and start panning for gold. AA has 450 million shares left? Jesus fucking Christ. They won't even charge him for labor? Yeah, that's the point. Sadly, a good bit of them would likely follow his instructions. It'd be like an African diamond mine. Like he checks all their mouths and shoes before they leave every day to make sure they're not trying to smuggle any gold off base. Based on the AMC streamers I've seen, he should be able to just rent them a fleet of 1995 Ford Tauruses, and that they can all live in those. What are the crazy Jan pits you guys are talking about? What? Crazy out of the money positions on SPX? I don't know. I don't know what you'd. Me? I would never accidentally do such a thing. AI? Yeah, how hasn't he gotten on board with AI? He should have pitched like a whole platform that each AMC theater could be run by one 14-year-old with a work release. Ticket desk, AI. Security, AI. You just need someone to flip the little popcorn bucket over. I'm pretty sure it's in the name AIMC, but the I is silent. Okay, hear me out. AMC pivots, becomes a fitness company. Customers mine for gold in the desert to lose weight. It's a literal gold mine of an idea. Why don't they just put treadmills in instead of seats for the movie theaters? Like you pick your movie and you can choose cardio or resistance. It's just a home gym with extra steps. It's a lot of upfront costs. Half bikes that go nowhere are far more expensive than full bikes for some reason. You're just not buying expensive enough full size bicycles. Incoming merger and acquisition, Peloton plus AMC. I mean, they've already got the space and air conditioning. Treadmills are super loud and would ruin the movie going experience. The movie going experience already sucks. They could partner with Peloton and host cinematic spin classes. The idea sells itself. I agree. If AMC does that, Peloton will really go out of business. Won't it be squeezed out at this rate? I mean, I don't think so. We might test 90, but that doesn't mean it's going to squeeze out the calls that are there. Why didn't you tell me that San Jose is shit? Prior to me telling my job I would go. Sweet baby Jesus, get me out of here. I warned you. You just didn't ask me in advance. You're missing one huge issue, though. All of these ideas are significantly better ideas that AA currently has for running the company, which means they are all counter to his short position. So not only did AA sell the top, but he hedged the downside. I guess you could try that, popcorn. How many times is this going to be rejected before it actually comes down? We've still got like an hour, right? What's the rush? They just keep buying in the money calls every time it drops to try to keep it from slipping back under fast gamma. The no pants thing was just to throw us off, throw us all off as brilliance. Clearly. Isn't fast gamma the orange line at 77? Sure. It's really like somewhere between 77 and 80, but 77's more bearish. I think tomorrow, repeat of today, should we double top? If we close above 44.75, tomorrow I think they try to push above 4,500. Yeah, Dixie looked like it was going to start turning around a little bit. 2 years now flat on the day. So we'll see if yields start to move into close. The fucking bond market does not like this shit. Oh yeah, Dixie definitely found a little support. What makes you think we break down to or sub 44.75? Sold puts from earlier today closing out could be a driver of price action to the downside through power hour. Bought puts before they close those sold puts could also drive it down. And then yeah, Dixie and yields are pressuring the upside quite a bit. So if Dixie's gonna keep Dixie bounced already, but if yields are gonna keep moving up, especially the 2 year, that should push a little bit more vol back in. I mean, all of today's price action, we didn't really break down correlation very much. And the 5 minute, that's kind of turning around, so. Ooh. Hmm. RSP is still breaking down. It's kind of starting to break down on the 15. Literally no volume. Yeah, there's not a lot of volume here. I think most of the volume on SPX right now is just like farther dated short calls being sold out of the money. Maybe like 4,500, 4,510. Maybe 90's still being sold a bit. Some put interest is starting to come in. Volume at the like 44, 90, 85, and 80 put is picking up a little. I think we'll see more volume into power hour. Hmm. Camera flip still at 44.70, 750. VIX above 14, probably close below 14, but maybe it'll move up to 14 during power hour. Got 150 BPS. This is fucking insane. Flat as a pancake. Fubo finding a bottom at 250, potentially. I don't know. It's found a little bit of resistance there. I don't know if it's gonna hold. Oh, bastards. Hmm. 30-minute swing there. It's dive bombing. Fucking Christ, this is slow. Jesus. This distributive chop lasted way too long. The problem is it hasn't started to even break down yet. Tesla 4490 in 3, 2, 1. That was cute. Pumping Amazon like crazy. Yeah, it's having a pretty good day. So this is Meta and Tesla. Tesla's up over 10%. Meta's 3%. I think Microsoft's having a pretty good day too. Like 1%. Apple's not doing too great, but it's still up. It's Google. Google's not having a particularly spectacular day either. It mostly seems to be concentrated on like Tesla, Amazon, and Meta. Nvidia's having a terrible day. How do you deal with very underwater sold calls besides just getting assigned? Mostly getting assigned. I don't own any ninja swords. With SLD so close, would you try to do anything to offset theta loss on longer dated puts? Or just sit on them until SLD is over? And that depends on how close to the money you are. If they're pretty far out of the money, I'd probably always be doing something to offset the theta decay. But if they're very close to the money, then maybe you don't want to risk capping profitability yet. I think the breakdown might finally be in store. You say that. Don't tease me. I don't want to be teased. It is actually breaking down. Just very, 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 very fucking slowly. You put bias with your straddle tonight or shifting to a strangle? I think if this breaks down below 44.85, I have to close a straddle that I opened in the middle of the day today and then reopen one into close. And if we end up like within $5 of my short leg before close, or like my put leg, then I'm probably gonna end up opening a strangle. Any good entries to be had? Work keeps me from paying attention. Just generally, I mean, no, probably, but I'm not gonna find them for you. There's nothing in Pickles picks last night. I mean, I didn't really want to take any positions today anyway, but I'll have some more stuff tonight. Coin hasn't reacted to the FTX dump yet, but BTC has. $273.33. I think that's from the split, right? Like some of those are remnants from the split. My wife teased me by blowing into my ear softly as I was about to nap last week. It sent a deep itch from head to toe, and it ruined my nap. I haven't seen her since. Is this like a is okay? How are you feeling about M going into the holiday season? They're looking really cheap right now. Yeah, they're cheap. He's no follow-up questions. I don't know. We're getting profit taking on the 4480, but we're also getting call buying on the 85. So it's not really helping the situation much. But there's pretty continuous selling of calls at 4490 and 4500. As the not so proud owner of 4480p with fuck it money, have I indeed become the fact? Um, Not necessarily. I mean, I don't think we have a lot of upside here. It's more of a question of if it's going to break down or not. It may not. We'll see. Jesus fucking Christ. Where's the volume? RSP is just trading flat too. Oil came down a little bit. Dixie's still moving up, so that's a good sign, I guess. Looks like it's starting to bounce back over the prior high here. Still pretty far from like market open though. Like the pre-market high was around 104.75. Still a ways off from that. The 2 year is getting beat up again. I just tuned in. What is this nonsense? Yeah, you got it. Thanks, Mikey. I thought we would break down after touching 4490, but the SPX has left the building with the market on cruise control. Well, we haven't touched 4490, which is well, yeah, it's kind of fucking annoying. We've been upwardly consolidating now in a tighter and tighter range since 140, 135. It's the fucking worst. 310. Apple almost getting slapped on 180. Yeah, 180 looks kind of tough for Apple right now. Hey Greg, been gone since like 10:30. Good to see you. Didn't miss anything. Not much. Are they selling extra calls to flip short and de-risk? That's possible. They have a little bit of like an edge on the market maker here above fast gamma. But only on the shorter dated hedge. So it's understandable that they're trying to hold it. I just want to drop in and say I watched the new Ninja Turtle movies last night, and it's by far the best movie I've seen all year. Great animation. Soundtrack is great as well. Oh shit. Well, I want to see it now. I fucking love Ninja Turtles. We just had that. Were you here for the whole flashback thing where we're all talking about our cool Ninja Turtle toys when we were little? Come on, sell off. Vindicate my butt. Best TMNT movie since you're. Isn't it the only one? Gork, I'm ready to be a billionaire. When do? Do you mean what do? I was too poor for Ninja Turtle toys when I was a kid. They were cheap as fuck. Even I had them. How poor were you? They were like $2. Do you guys remember KB Toys? Not much VIX left now to short. Uh, Further improvement on Baba 85 calls. So this Friday, 9:15, pretty much done. What do you mean? I just picked up some 85s for October. For this Friday, I mean, it could still fall below 85. It may not though. You may want to get more theta or something. It's probably risky to not get more theta. My first skateboard was a Nash from KB Toys. I think I had one of those too. When Vic's Benjamin Button back to being listed for the first time? Boil hot water for the kids' baths. This is the drop so they can make the wedge extend past close. We'll see if it keeps dropping. It very well could. I don't know how many calls got stopped out here, but probably not enough. Yeah. It's falling. Momentum, though? Not yet. Need to break below, let's see, futures 80, 44, 85, 86. We did break the uptrend there, though, I think. So that's a start. Retested and failed. Dixie's still moving up. Alright, a little bit. That's kind of cool. RSP starting to fail a little bit. It dropped 3 BPS. Correlation hasn't quite turned around yet, but it's... Nope. Nope. Correlation just turned around. Cool. Did a 180. This is good. Someone's getting scared in the fucking JPY trade. Oh shit! I know why the Dixie's getting crushed. They're closing yen shorts. Ueda's about to rug pull all the banks. Hmm. Yeah, so 44.8625 is what we want to break down below in order to get some downside momentum. I think we're kind of close. Maybe some stability here at 85, and then... Hmm. 90... Let me look at tomorrow's. It's kind of what it looks like today. Also, like, Ueda's little speech last night about moving Japan to modern monetary policy probably has them all freaked the fuck out. Lie to me and tell me they got stopped out. Some of them did, but not a lot. It was mostly 44.90s closing. The 85 is still holding pretty strong, annoyingly. How much FXY is too much FXY? I don't think Bank of Japan has any policy meetings for like another week or so. 2 weeks? What? Oh, me and it's just like a synthetic It's like a synthetic swap on the USD carry trade, USD yen carry trade. Give me a bucket for the hot water and one for the cold water. You try to scoop up a mix and drop it on yourself for a poor person shower. Been there, done that. That sounds terrible. This is so boring. Oh no, is Japan gonna start using credit cards? I don't know. Do they not use credit cards now? I don't think Japan has a policy meeting for a few weeks. He's just saying super hawkish shit. It doesn't mean he's gonna actually do anything though. Japanese yen has a wild start to the week after comments from Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Ueda opened the door to speculation for the end of its negative interest rate policy. Yomori Shimbun newspaper is reporting that Ueda-san may tilt monetary policy if wages and prices rise, citing that there are various options. He made it clear that any policy adjustment will be dependent on circumstance by saying we have a variety of options if economic and price conditions turn upwards. However, the market might have to go ahead of itself in seeking tightening from the BOJ. Ueda also remarked there is still some way to go before the price target can be realized. We will continue our persistent monetary easing policy. The BOJ has a policy rate of negative 10%, negative 0.1%, and is maintaining yield curve control by targeting a band of plus or minus 0.5 around 0 for Japanese government bonds out to 10 years. The bank has become flexible on YCC implementation, recently allowing the 10-year bond to yield above 0.5. It traded at 0.7 today, its highest return in almost 10 years. The spread between JGBs and treasury yields might worth being paying attention to, as there's traditionally been a strong correlation to USD JPY. The next few sessions may see some volatility in this part of the market. Ueda's comments follow some soft jawboning last week from Masato Kanda, Japanese Vice Minister of Finance for International Affairs, and BOJ board member Hajime Takada. It might be reasonable to expect more remarks from Japanese officials if USD JPY makes another move to the top side. The market is generally not anticipating physical intervention until the price moves towards 150 if at all. The November 2022 high was 151.95. Oh, did we test 90? Nope. Still fucking missed. Jesus Christ. Would you use math as a ticker? Yeah. Like basic math. I don't think you can do anything too complex with it, but turns out I'm already full ported into AMC. Equity port is 0. Nailed it. Well done. Why are markets bullish, bearish? Or the Fed is hawkish, dovish? Or are they completely different? They mean totally different things. Hawkish and dovish have to do with the like monetary policy. If they can barely get it above 44.85, how are they going to get it to 44.50, 45.50 to de-risk? Like, what's the game plan here? They don't need to get it to 45.50 to de-risk. They just need to get it above gamma neutral. I feel like when you're jawboning, soft is out of the question. I mean, they're not changing anything, but multiple like multiple people on the board of governors for the Bank of Japan are, hinting at a move to a more normalized positive rate policy, right? And so that's gonna spook anybody who's short as fuck yen right now. I just got a sick entry on my short straddle leg. Nice. 44.89.97. Well, I guess it's gonna have to be good enough. Let's say they're successful and they de-risk. Then what? Market dumps. They would go long puts, right? Long vol. Fuck your puts. Fuck your calls. Anything closing out substantially or no? Gamma flip moved up really hard, and there's a lot of put buying coming in. Gamma flip moved up to 44.8750. Ooh, that's tricky for the bulls. Interesting. 30 minutes? I'm lost. Is this bullish or bearish for the end of the day? I don't really know. I don't think it's bullish. It's really not like there's a put wall at 44.95. So the upside range is really, really fucking limited here. And then a bunch of puts just came in at the money and just out of the money. Like 90, 85, 80, and 75. I doubt they're sold on the 0 DTE. Tomorrow's got a shitload of calls coming in at 4,500. And then the gamma flip just moved up like $10. So bears wanted to close lower than the gamma flip point because they want to keep the market maker negative on the SPXW contracts, I'd imagine. Am I being greedy with 125% of my calls 3 weeks out? Or see how tomorrow goes? I guess you can see how it goes. I would probably, I mean, like, I don't really have any long dated calls. But yeah, I would, if I did, I would probably see how tomorrow goes. How low is Fuberto going this week? I don't know. They got some kind of bad news today, so it could dump pretty hard. It's really liquid right now. I don't think they'd have a problem shorting it into the dirt. It's been so long. Is this shorting on GME prior to a possible OPEX run usual and thus bullish going into next week? It looks good. It has been a long time. Although, remember that options interest on GME is not what it once was. So while it may be bullish, it may not be very bullish. How are you feeling about the Apple ahead of the iPhone event tomorrow? Feeling like Apple's gonna do a lot of the same shit Apple usually does, right? They're gonna announce a new iPhone, and then people will probably buy that at some point. Calls got it. Very sideways-ish on GME. That's currently the direction it's taking mostly. It was down pretty hard this morning. Hmm. These puts gonna get blown up, or are they gonna keep compounding? Trying. It's pretty obvious bulls want the 44.90 close. Bears want the 75 close. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see who wins. Can I play both? Eh. It's also a giant Tesla upgrade from MS. Has a certain sus to it, no? Are they big enough to pull this? Yeah. I don't know how sus it is. There's an there's an iCloud subscription? I thought that was the whole point of Apple is you get that shit as part of like the ecosystem. Thoughts on K-View this week? Is $25 in the cards? Probably not. Maybe by October, but I wouldn't say that 25's in the cards right now. It'd have to move really fucking hard overnight. And I don't think the market has much more upside left this week. Maybe like another $30. Apple offering a $2.99 headphone subscription to make them work. Who are you betting on winning the day? I don't know. Bulls are gonna fight for fucking fast GN here. I mean, they're trying really hard, right? I think if they lose it, they might be fucked though. That was a pretty big bearish push into the at the money puts. So this could be interesting. But all the put sellers from earlier want to go long puts now. And they're dirt cheap, and they kind of have them up against a wall because of the sold calls at 44.90. So I would say Bears have the advantage, but it's significantly more pronounced below fast gamma. What I feel like a ton of this channel only bought K-View calls because they were way cheaper than J&J puts. You're probably not wrong. Okay. I paid $10 for 2 terabytes. That's not too bad. 44.82 at this point would be a win for the Bears though. A little bit. Not as much as sub 75 would be, but yeah, no. How the fuck does Meta rip like no tomorrow? They're building their own chatbot, man. Or made money on the J&J puts and got way over leveraged on KView. Really? Wow. Like just put all your J&J money into KView? That seems silly. $44.82 would mitigate my losses. Can't say that'd be a huge win for me. Fuck, I'm gonna have to keep this straddle open if we don't drop. That's problematic. Yeah, I guess it's okay. It's so illiquid. As soon as I sell my puts, this'll drop. Maybe. Still quite a bit of put volume at 85 and 90. Hmm. Oh, snap. Are they gonna get it? The puts are like out leveraging the calls like 2-1 right now. They're pressuring VIX super hard. RSP lost another 2 BPS. Yields are getting pushed into the fucking dirt again. Oh, fuck. Let's go. $15 left. One standard deviation move. Let's gun it. That'd be cool as hell. What the based on what the market maker's pricing it into end of day? Sub 44.80? Just under 44.80, like 44.78. Actually, that'd be like two standard deviations. Like 80, 85, and then, or 80, 84, and then 78. Roughly. How do you leverage your knowledge of algo and HFT strategies in your approach to trading daily or weekly options? I mean, understanding the conditions they operate under could be helpful, I guess. don't really think about it too much. Like, you're not gonna get a lot of edge over algos and HFT trading. You don't? Because why? They exist. That's enough. Yeah, I can't really think of any benefit to like under like yeah, I guess knowing that they're there, but outside of that I don't really see any additional benefit. You're not gonna like beat them to arbitrage or anything. Jesus fucking tap dancing Christ. Do something? Listen, they just got back fast gamma. Give them a second to buy more out of the money puts. What's up, popcorn trader? We go down now? Maybe. It's really dependent on how many puts they keep buying. But if they can get us below 85, yeah, it's possible. They're piling into the 85 and the 80. PCR volume went up by 0.06 in the last 2 minutes. RSP is losing another 2 BPS. Dixie's starting to slide up again. It's gonna be kind of a lot for the end of the day. Dixie moving to retest its local high. Oh fuck, the 5-year pulled back. Positive again. The 2-year's still underwater though. I don't know if that'll be enough to pressure VIX a lot, but it could be if they can push the 2-year back to even. 11 minutes left? Probably not, but it could happen. Ooh. Let's fucking go. Push VIX to 14 before close. Let's do it. Come on, bears. You fucking pussies. It's called a bussy because it's on a bear. Why isn't it just called a pear? What a terrible day to have yours. Vic should be at 89 again. Vic should be at like fucking 25. Get the fuck out of here, bulls. Stop buying at the money fucking 45, 44.85s. Sell your shit. Take your profits and walk away. Dump. That'd be cool. $9 though. Nah. Fuck, man. Bears are actually pushing right now. This is cool as hell. Can someone tell Japan that it's a great dishonor to hold U.S. treasuries, please? Shame. I'd say it's probably a great dishonor to let international banks come in and ransack your fucking economy, but, you know, everyone's got to make money somehow. You're still buying long 4480? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Delta's trying so hard to jump off a cliff right now. Are we going below 4480? I mean, I think the like put positions are trying to drive it down to 4475, but they only have like 5 minutes left. And they need to push through the in the money calls at 4480. It's gonna be tough. They have a little bit of leverage, and VIX is almost at 14. Oh fuck. Futures is getting a little bit of volume. Still fighting for 4485 though. Dixie rejected. 343. Now it's turning back around. It's starting to believe. Time for 3 minutes of expiry puts. Looks like the 85 put took profit there. So bulls should try to push because they have the edge. Maybe. Two minutes. Fucking wild ride. Oh yeah, toe ring time? I don't really give a shit at this point. Bears have upset me once again. Why is that? They tried. It wasn't like they did it from a particularly advantageous position. Maybe they still at least get the win at fast gamma. Maybe not. Bears made some money there, not a ton, but some. I think for the Bears, it's more important to keep the Bulls net negative into the morning. It looks like they're not going to win that. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Uh, nope. Ding ding. The day is done. See what this turns out to be after it settles. But Dixie got kind of slammed into the end of the day there. It'll probably turn around now after hours. And ES managed to hold 44.90. Going into tomorrow, this puts the Bulls in a pretty good position to try to test for gamma neutral up here at 45.20. There's still going to be some resistance at 95 and 4,500. If they can clear that in the overnight session, a test of 45.20 or 45.40 is very likely for tomorrow. At least maybe filling the gap. If we trend down in the overnight session, we want to see a break of 44.70. That's kind of where the longer term bearish positioning starts. And that'll start to drag us more towards like the 44.50 level and increase some of the Vega exposure at like 75 and 50. 65 a little bit too. But if they keep pushing up, expect VIX to drop and probably at least a test of gamma neutral. So, you know, we'll be watching on ES for the overnight, mostly the 4,500 level. That's kind of what's important here. The pickup and vol here may mean that, you know, a breakdown is more likely than a break up. I don't think there's any big economic data in the overnight session. Let me take a quick look. No, but let me see. Actually, so new yuan loans out of China are expected to come in. Oh no, those are already in. Never mind. I guess we have unemployment rate for Great Britain and employment change. Oh, we have the ZEW economic sentiment for EU and Germany. So those could have some effect. I think tomorrow we have the OPEC monthly report, which may have an effect on oil. Those are probably the three important things for tomorrow. Nothing really on the US side for data. I guess if Britain's unemployment is up, that could swing a little more favor. What's their forecast? Their forecast is flat. So if Britain's unemployment is up, that might push the Dixie up a little bit. I'm not sure how much of an effect ZEW is going to have on it, but it could have some. So we'll be looking to those two in the overnight session for any bigger moves on ES, and then, you know, general Asian market, London market performance through the morning. I don't know if they're going to be able to crush bond yields another day. It seemed that they had a pretty hard time even crushing the front end of the curve today, and the back end remained pretty elevated. If we go here and look at like the yields, hold on, I got to like the 30-minute. If we look at the yields, I mean, like, yields are climbing up inverse the dollar price. So I know some people are deleveraging like yen shorts, but I'm not sure how much longer that's going to persist, and I'm definitely not sure how much longer that's going to have an effect on U.S. yields. So we may start to see Dixie move back a little in the overnight session, maybe closer to 105. But I'd keep an eye on that because that's gonna drive up the potential. Like, that's gonna drive up vol. Um, a little bit of improvement on VX1 too here into close. And then silver and gold are running pretty hard. Yuan's almost back under 729. But I don't think China's conducting any more open market operations. So yeah, that's about it. GME liquidity still contracting. This still looks like it's like 7 to 14 days, or well, probably about 7 days out, I guess. Yeah, I want to say it's about roughly 7 days, 6 or 7 days out. We'll see if the tips touch tomorrow. Maybe. We'll need a lot more volume though. And that's it. So thank you guys so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Also tonight I'll write up the macro part of the Pickles picks tonight. I didn't get a chance to do them last night. They didn't really matter because CPI is on Wednesday, but I'll get that out and like CPI estimates, along with like some of the picks for this week. Thank you guys so much. Later.